January 27th, 2026 meeting of the Rochester Board of Education is hereby called to order. Please call the roll.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Mr. Childs? Mrs. Lamontagne?
Present.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
All right, please stand and face the flag while we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Is there a motion to appoint Sophia Garcia Van Dyke as the student member of the Rochester Board of Education?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
Yes. I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes. All right. Sophia, would you please stand and raise your right hand and recite your oath of office? I, Sophia Garcia Van Dyke,
I, Sophia Garcia Van Dyke,
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of a student representative of the Board of Education of Rochester Community Unit School District 3A
of a student representative of the Board of Education of Rochester Community Unit School District 3A
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability.
I further swear that
I further swear that
I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board,
I shall encourage and respect the free expression of opinion by my fellow board members and others who seek a hearing before the board,
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
while respecting the privacy of students and employees.
I shall abide by majority decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
I shall abide by a majority of decisions of the board while retaining the right to seek changes in such decisions through ethical and constructive channels.
As part of the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district.
As part of the Board of Education, I shall accept the responsibility for my role in the equitable and quality education of every student in the school district.
I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Rochester Community Unit School District.
I shall foster with the board extensive participation of the community, formulate goals, define outcomes, and set the course for Rochester Community Unit School District.
I shall assist in establishing a structure and an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall assist in establishing a structure and an environment designed to ensure all students have the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework.
I shall serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community schools to advance the vision for Rochester Community Unit School District.
I shall serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community school to advance the vision for Rochester Community Unit School District. And I shall
strive to work together with the district superintendent and school board to lead the school district toward fulfilling the vision the board has.
I shall strive to work together with the school district superintendent and school board to lead the school district towards fulfilling the vision the board has.
Sorry, I should have said the board has created, and then fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills, knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
Has created fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills, knowledge, citizenship, and personal development.
All right, I'd like you all to help me welcome Sophia to the jurisdiction at a Board of Education meeting? Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I would like to note that the updates to that policy are as follows. It shall be the policy of the board not to discuss persons or personnel by name, except in executive session, in a manner that can be viewed as speaking disparagingly, unless board action or the superintendent's recommendation to the board make it necessary. The board president shall be responsible for the adherence to this policy, and it shall apply to any person in attendance at a meeting of the board. Additionally, it shall be the policy of the board not to discuss individual students by name during public sessions in a manner that can be viewed as speaking disparagingly. The board president shall be responsible for the adherence to this policy, and it shall apply to any person in attendance at a meeting of the board. That being said, are there visitors who wish to address the board? I do have some up here first. The first speaker is going to be Kevin Clem.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Clem, and I'm a social studies teacher here at Rochester High School and continue to proudly serve as co-president of the Rochester Education Association. I am here tonight as the district prepares to make substantial cuts in order to put us on a path of financial stability moving forward. I'm sure there are many people in attendance tonight who, prior to the last few days, would have had no idea that the district was in financial difficulties, let alone the substantial hole that exists. After all, we have had a number of new facilities open in the last year to great fanfare. And while those facilities are funded through separate spending categories in the budget, it is certainly difficult to comprehend the over-the-top spending on some of those facilities with the level of cuts that could be coming. Our other co-president, Matt Carlson, and I met with Rolf yesterday to discuss the numbers and the proposed cuts. Nothing could have prepared us for the level of these recommendations. I think both of us have had a lot of difficulty concentrating on anything else, knowing the potential pain that everyone, staff, students, and the community will encounter if all of these cuts are made. We want to be very clear in reminding the board and the district, our union, teachers and staff alike, played 0% of the part in creating this mess. We come to work to help our students grow academically and socially, and the results have spoken for themselves. We have a high school that has received an exemplary rating for several years now, and all of our other schools are at the commendable level and approaching exemplary ratings as well. Now the reward appears to be a significant number of people losing their jobs, and those remaining will have their day-to-day jobs made harder. This will all end up hurting our students the most. With that said, we also want to be clear on something else. Rolf, our interim superintendent, is doing incredibly tough work for the long-term benefit of this district. We commend him for all the hours he has put in to try to get us on a good path moving forward. He has been incredibly upfront about everything, whether that is giving us a heads up on our finances, being willing to meet on short notice, or listening to recommendations and concerns we have. Still, we feel it is necessary to point out that this district did not just magically end up in this situation. While it has been years in the making, and there are people who have come and gone who had involvement in leading us to this, there are others in leadership positions present here tonight who have played a part in either not speaking out or not being aware of the situation getting as bad as it did. Due to that, we find ourselves facing people losing their livelihoods, bigger class sizes, and a more difficult educational path for the students of Rochester. At the same time, district-level positions are not facing the same level of cuts we are. Those of us on the front lines will take the brunt of the effects. This doesn't seem fair, and we encourage you to look deeper into ways that that can be measured out and spread out. We hope that the board will listen to all stakeholders when it comes to their thoughts on the deficit reduction plan. There are going to have to be some difficult decisions made, but the main goal for all of you, besides helping reduce the deficit, has to be to minimize the pain to staff and students. That will ultimately mean rejecting some of the recommended cuts. It is going to be our contention you cannot make all of these cuts. If you were to do that, this will be a pain that this district, this community will live with for years, and we will not recover for years. We trust that you will take your responsibility seriously and with great consideration of our staff and our students. Thank you.
Lynette Cantrell. Lynette Cantrell? Oh, okay. Yes was circled, so we're speaking. So that's all right. Next, we have Matt Zeidler. Thank you.
For the folks at home, since we can hear Matt well, he is going to hold his comments and address them separately with other operations to a serious nature of the other discussions. Thank you. Let us know if there's something that we can do to be helpful in that regard.
And the last person I have that signed up to speak is Emily Walker.
Good evening. I'm here to address a matter involving a school bus driver who is giving inappropriate gifts to our children. My concern today is not disciplinary details or assigning motive. My concern is our children's safety, transparency, and the district's responsibility to act proactively when boundaries involving our children are crossed. This specific driver had been reported previously. My family was not the only one to raise concerns about inappropriate behavior. However, no corrective action was taken by the administration until I filed a police report and hand-delivered a signed emergency order of protection to the school against this bus driver. At this time, families had not been informed that the incident occurred. As a result, parents do not know whether their children may have been affected, whether conversations should be taking place at home, or whether additional emotional or counseling support may be needed for any child. When situations involve inappropriate conduct towards our children, regardless of intent, best practice is transparency within legal limits and a clear demonstration that the district is prioritizing the well-being of our children over protection of the district's reputation. Silence does not protect our students. It delays awareness, prevents early support, and places families in the position of finding out through rumors or after harm has already occurred. I am asking the board to ensure that the community is appropriately informed that an incident occurred and that action was taken. Parents are given guidance on signs to watch for and what resources are available if a child needs support. And that the district affirms its commitment to being an advocate for our children during any investigation, not merely a passive observer. This district has faced criticism in the past for addressing serious issues only after they are brought to light externally. Tonight is an opportunity to change that pattern and lead with transparency, accountability, and child-centered decision-making. We do not yet know whether any children need additional support, but we also cannot know if we choose not to ask, not to inform, and not to act. I urge the board to be proactive, transparent, and unequivocally on the side of our children. Thank you.
Mr. Sievertson, would you work with our attorney to a small statement, letting whatever is appropriate? I would like to state for the record that no crime was committed. Are there any other visitors that wish to address the board? Okay.
Can you
Can
come
you come
on
up and give your
up
name,
to the
please?
mic? 'Cause we can-
Okay, just to piggyback on what Emily said, you said no crime's been committed. You're right, no crime was committed with that situation. However, anybody that's got kids, that situation that she's speaking of, you guys would not be okay with it. And if you are, there's something wrong with you.
And that's
Okay.
why the employee is no longer here, but I don't want to get into a back and forth. I've
No,
asked our
that's fine. I'm
superintendent
just
to release
saying
a
to keep in-
statement so that
Correct.
everybody will have a synopsis of what occurred.
Absolutely, I just want to voice up that even though no crime was committed, it's still a little weird if you're a parent, so
And
I just
can-
want
Fair
to throw
enough.
that out there.
Can you please state your name, just so we have it for the record?
Cody Osborne.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, if there's no one else that would like to address the board, we would like to jump into the good news items. The first one, well, actually, I think we just have one tonight. The 9th Annual Central Illinois STEM Fair will be held on Wednesday, April 8th, 2026, from 5:30 to 8 at the Rochester High School Athletic Complex. If you participated last year, we would love to have you return and welcome newcomers. To register as an exhibitor, you would go to the Central Illinois STEM Fair.eventbrite.com, this will be on the website, and click on Reserve a Spot and choose an exhibitor reservation ticket type. Last year, we had over 1,000 attendees. Our goal this year is to have even more Central Illinois schools as exhibitors and have even more attendees. Does anyone else on the board have a good news item they'd like to share?
I don't, but if you've never been to the STEM fair, you absolutely should go. It is amazing.
We had colleges from other states even come present last year. It was really impressive. Okay.
One item for me. I saw recently that Hank Beatty was named Academic All-American at U of I. I think everybody knows Hank, and we're all pretty proud of his accomplishments, but I think it speaks to how he represents himself in the school. And then it just reminds me of what we saw out of our student athletes here at Rochester that are currently enrolled in the amount of academic all-conference that we had across the board. I know volleyball had a massive amount of kids that made that list.
I think every player.
Yeah,
I think every
so,
varsity player was in it.
so I think it just speaks to how well that our programs then move beyond.
Okay, we're going to move on to the special education annual updates. Dr. Shaw, would you please present annual special education update?
All right. I'm going to try to go back through some of the history of our special education program in Rochester, as well as some of the current data that we have. This first one, this just shows computation reports that were provided by the State Board of Education recently. It just shows the decreased proration that's being used in order to come back as far as our kids who have excess costs. So these are students in special education that have a high dollar amount associated with their education. Then we have students who are in private facilities, separate public schools. At this time, that number that we are reimbursed has gone down to 62.51%, I think it is now. I can't quite see it from here, which is a decrease from what we've been reimbursed in the past. I think when I first started as director, it was somewhere in the upper 80s. And then the other part that we get reimbursed for from the state is the orphanage. So any of our students who are wards of the state, who are either in foster care or they are in a residential facility through HOPE, and they have 2 homes within our boundaries. We're reimbursed 100% for any of those students. However, we don't get reimbursed until the next fiscal year, so that's important to note when you see the amount of money that we pay for private day schools and residential costs. So I wanted to go into that. I'll have Robert switch to the other PowerPoint. Thank you. All right, so we left SASED in 2009. That was obviously before I was here. I think Amy wasn't even here when that happened. All right, so the decision was made, and typically this is the decision that's made, is so that districts have local control over the special education department. At that time, Rochester was the second biggest school in SASED, with Chatham being the other school. When Rochester announced that they were dropping out of there, then Chatham came soon after that. When you look at schools of our size and who is in co-ops and who isn't, it varies. So, and all my notes up here so you can see the information that I've provided. So the 3 co-ops that are closest to us are Tri-County Special Education, SASED, which is in Springfield, Tri-County's in the Bloomington-Normal area, and then we have Macon-Piatt County Special Ed, which is located in Decatur. Macon-Piatt County, they have Decatur School District as part of their co-op, so they have a bigger school district. The other districts that are part of that are all smaller schools. Tri-County Special Education does not include either the District 87, which is Bloomington Schools, or Unit 5, which is the normal schools. And then, of course, SASED does not include Springfield 186. So it's very much, there's not like a total number or a population of students that are likely to be in a co-op. It's really dependent upon that area. There's pros and cons to being in a cooperative versus a standalone district. So most of the time what you'll see is that there's actual cost savings. So when the district went forward with this process in 2009, it was actually a several year-long process before they actually broke away. And this was to show not only could we financially do it, that we had the staff available to do it. There's a whole bunch of things that go into that. There's lots of consideration, discussion, there's petitions, there's hearings. ISB has to review it. So basically this was a process that was well thought out, and it took a long time to implement. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump to the next slide. So in the time that I've been here since 2018, we have, across the state, we've seen that there's been an increase in due process cases and litigation, and that's not only in special education. I think we've seen that across all areas. We've had 4 cases that have been settled through mediation, and 1 case that was withdrawn before it went to mediation. Of the due processes, we have 2 504 due process cases that have occurred, and then we have 2 due process cases that are currently pending. I can't talk more about specifics about that because they involve individual students, but that's just in general where we're at with that.
You know what at all?
There is a chart for across the state, yes, that they produce. So it's a year or 2 old. I would have to go back and look, but I can provide that to you.
Okay.
All right, then looking at our student counts, overall, our student counts dropped during COVID, and we've recently seen those go back up. So we're now consistently over 300. So you can see the variation in our special education student counts across the last 3 years. And that's based on our December 1st count. So it's the number of students that are enrolled on December 1st. So there could be variability during the school year, but that's what that number comes from.
This is reflective of IEP and 504?
No, this is only IEPs. It does not count 504s.
Okay.
So 504s within the district, we have, I would say we're getting pretty close to 200 at this point. Some attorneys say that there should be 1 out of every 5 students should have a 504. Yeah, I don't think that is likely. But you can see they'll publish numbers for due process, which I'm happy to share with the board as well. Or not due process, I'm sorry, for 504s. So you can see the number of 504s that different districts have. And there's a wide amount of variance between districts, with some districts having 0 504s. Felt like that was interesting when I looked at it. This is our current student count. So it just shows where serving schools are. We currently have 1 student at ISBI. We have 1 student at ISD. That's Illinois School for the Visually Impaired and Illinois School for the Deaf. We have 12 students enrolled in private facilities. Again, that includes students that are living in group homes that are within Rochester boundaries. Hope School has 2 group homes in Rochester school boundaries. And they have students that come there as foster children who are under DCFS care, and because they go there, then we're responsible for their tuition. And we don't have any say in those students. They're placed there by DCFS. And then you can see the difference in the serving school counts for each of our attendance centers here at Rochester. When you look at our percentage of students with IEPs, we're at 15.4%, which is below what the state average is at 16.3%. This has increased from 2021, but keep in mind also that that was when we were still seeing some lower numbers because of COVID. So we had several students who moved out to go to private schools at that time or were homeschooled at that time that have since come back.
Our number in
12.9 was our number in 2021.
and then
Now it's
state,
15.4%, and the state is currently at 16.3%.
you know where the state was in 2021?
I don't know that, but I can try to find that out. Okay. Okay. All right, so then here's just some points of interest as far as some data that we have. So 5.3% of our students are in general education less than 40% of the day, which is below the state average. That's a good thing. The more time that students spend in general education classes, the higher or the more likely they are to have positive post-secondary outcomes. So we always try to keep kids in general education as much as possible. So that's something we always continue to look at. The second thing is disproportionality. So we look at all of our subgroups. Subgroups are students from different ethnic groups or racial groups, males and females, students with IEPs or without IEPs, students of different genders, races, and socioeconomic status that have different labels for special education. We look to see is there any disproportionality amongst any of those groups. So we don't have any groups that are disproportionate, which is a good thing. The third thing is behavior. Our students have significantly less discipline than other schools. If you look up discipline compared to other schools our size, and I think we already know that, our kids are very well behaved. We don't see a lot of suspensions, very few expulsions over the years. And so this is representative of all the hard work that all the staff put in also, and all of our families too, and the support that they provide to help support the schools. Attendance, our students with disabilities, and that would be our students, that would count our students with 504s, and our students with IEPs have better attendance and less chronic absenteeism and chronic truancy than the state average. The more you're at school, the better you're going to do at school. So this is an important data point for us to follow. Last year for graduation, we had a 93% graduation rate. The reason why it was 93% was because we had students who left us. It's based on the kids who were enrolled their freshman year of high school. So if they're enrolled their freshman year of high school, they still count for our graduation rate. So who we actually had graduate when they were seniors, that was 100%. But still, 93% is very good when you compare Springfield 186 had 76%, Riverton had 81%, and Glenwood had 91%. So we're doing well.
Is the graduation rate of the kids that we had as freshmen, did they graduate from high school or did they graduate from Rochester?
Did they graduate from high school anywhere? And we can't, like, we could go back and see who left us our freshman year, but we wouldn't have any access to their information to find out what happened. If they were in like a fifth year, or if they just had credit recovery and they graduated at one point, we don't know that. The last area that we look at is over-identification. So there are two areas that we are over-identifying as compared to the state. One of those is other health impairment. We're at 21% in Rochester versus 13.7% statewide. And the other area is speech and language impairment. It's 29.9% in Rochester versus 16% statewide. So that is something that we are going to continue to work on to do a better job of making sure we're appropriately identifying students and that we're using interventions in order to make sure that we can really try to put interventions in place to there you go. Support students, sorry. Okay. And then the next area that we really try to focus on is making sure we're making database decisions and goals. That really is, it drives everything that we do. So there are 4 goals that we really have that we've been working on this year is making sure that we're increasing our communication and collaboration with parents, amongst our staff, with our students. We also have been working to try to improve our curriculum and materials to make sure that they are evidence-based and that the students are making the appropriate gains when they're using those materials and curriculum. We also continue to look at eligibility, as I talked about before, knowing that we have areas that we're over-identifying in, that's an area that we continue to look at. And then also how we respond to behavior.
So is there a formal improvement plan like we talked about with or
So we don't have a formal school improvement plan like building administrators do, but that's definitely something that we could put into place. It's something that we informally do, but there's not something that goes to the board and is approved.
Is there any sort of testing done, required program for us at the state level?
What do you,
So
as far as testing for students?
Yeah, so we have testing for just in the classroom in general.
So all of the tests that are completed in general education are also completed with special education students, so there's no differentiation between that, unless a student is eligible for an alternate assessment. And we have a small number, it's less than 1% of our student population that takes the alternate assessment.
There is a measure.
Yeah, we also, in special education, the State Board of Education keeps track of lots of different metrics that we have to, they call them indicators. And so they look to see what our progress is on each of those indicators. The indicators are things like time in general education, behavior, disproportionality, things like that. There's lots of different ones. And so that I provide to the board when I get those from the State Board of Education. And if we have anything that doesn't meet, then we have a corrective action plan for that.
Sorry, last one just on goals, but obviously we want to give students the support that they need, but is there also them on the program?
So our goal would, if a student doesn't need an IEP any longer, then our goal would be to move them back into general education. However, typically that's a gradual process anyway. So if we're getting to the point where a student isn't going to be eligible for special education, then we've already started working towards increasing the time in general education and decreasing supports. As far as whether or not they'd have a 504, that's dependent on whether or not they would still have a medical diagnosis. So like if they qualify as having a learning disability but don't have any other medical diagnoses and don't qualify as having a learning disability anymore, then they wouldn't be eligible for a 504. If they have a learning disability and they have ADHD would be a medical diagnosis that would qualify them possibly for a 504. But they go through an eligibility process for that as well. So typically when we're looking at removing an IEP, we're also looking at whether or not a student's eligible for a 504, and typically we have those 504s ready at that meeting, and we've already talked with parents about it too.
May I give an
Perfect, thank you.
example?
Yeah. Well, as long as it's not a student that's not yours.
It's my kid.
Okay.
My kid. So many people know I had a kid that was on an IEP here for autism, and he actually moved off of his IEP after his sophomore year of high school, which I've been told is very rare. Jennifer, what was the percentage of kids that actually ever come off of one? I know it was like 5 or 6% is what I was told.
Very small, yes.
Yeah. So, but we had a 504 in place for him because that's also a medical diagnosis, and the only thing on the 504 that he used his junior and senior year was when it was standardized testing time, he took it in a smaller room so that if he had questions, he wasn't disrupting an entire group of students taking the test. So that might be an example of why you might switch to a 504. He really didn't need social skill needs anymore. He could, join the general population on all that. So that's an example of when that might happen.
Typically,
And again, since a 504 is medical, if it's a permanent medical condition, you're never going to come off it.
yeah. And sometimes it can be a temporary medical condition, like we'll have students who break an arm or a leg and need accommodation so that they can participate in class and do their homework and all of the things that you have to do when you're part of school. The difference between an IEP and a 504, in very, very basic terms, an IEP, you need specialized instruction and accommodations, where a 504, you need accommodations. You're welcome. Any other questions about special education? Not really the fun stuff to talk about. Lots of data. You're not a data person. Okay, let's talk about PLCs then, because that's the next part of my presentation. So a PLC is a professional, it's the second slideshow, Robert, that I sent you. Hopefully. Those are the only two? All right, well, we don't need the slideshow, we're good. All right, so PLCs are professional learning communities. With professional learning communities, there's 4 main questions that we're going to talk about today. What and who is the PLC? What are the 3 big ideas for PLCs? What's the goal of the collaborative time? And what does it mean to be results-oriented? All right, so who is the professional learning community? I think the biggest thing to know is that a PLC, the professional learning community, is the school district. It's the district as a whole. We don't have several PLCs within a school district. We have one PLC. We have one professional learning community, and those groups, the smaller groups within the PLC, they participate in these ongoing cycles of action research and collective inquiry to improve student instruction. So that's our goal for the PLC as a whole, and then each of our groups take small little pieces of that for action research and collective inquiry. So the 3 big ideas, there's a focus on learning, there's a collaborative culture, and it's results-oriented. So we're looking for progress, we're looking for goals, we're looking to make change, positive change. The PLC is guided by 4 essential questions. What do we want our students to know and be able to do? There we go, keep going, Robert. Going, that right there. What do we want our students to know and be able to do? How will we know when they've done it? What will we do if they haven't learned it? And what will they do if they already know it? And those 4 questions drive everything that we do within our PLC. So the goal of collaborative time, there's several goals. One thing is important to know that working collaboratively is not an option with a PLC. Everyone is required, expected to work as part of a collaborative team. Educators work together to make sure that every single student and every single adult within our professional learning community that we achieve and we learn at high levels. So we're all working together to make sure collectively that we all achieve. Educators are assigned into meaningful teams with regular time to collaborate and clear expectations of the work that they must do. So it's very much understood, like these are the things that will come out of this time, these are the things that these are the goals that we're trying to set. And this is something that's a shared leadership. So this is something that we're working on together and setting goals for what do we want to accomplish as part of our team. And then the educators receive oversight, support, and resources to support success. And when I say educators, that means everybody on the team. So even as administrators, we are working as part of these collaborative teams, and we're working to improve ourselves and making sure that we're learning right along with everybody else. Also, as part of this, we're going to be starting within our admin team with our instructional coaches and our district admin team as part of that as well. But we'd like for you guys to be a part of that as well and learn a little bit about what it means to be a PLC as far as from the board level too. So expect to get some more information about that as we move a little further into this process. All right, so let's talk about the 3 different types of teams. So we have collaborative teams, we have task forces, and we have committees. I'm going to start with the easiest one first, the committee, because that's the thing that we're familiar with the most. Like these are just standing teams that are already there. They often will go from year to year. Then we have task forces. Task forces they're attacking like a specific problem. So we're saying, okay, tardies at the high school are a significant issue. Who wants to join in on this team? Who wants to dive in? What can we learn about it? What can we do about it? And they make a plan. Then they look to see, okay, the things that we put into place, does that make a positive impact? If not, then let's go back to the drawing table and try something else. And if it does, then we were successful and we can move on to a different problem within the district. And then we have collaborative teams. So these are your teams that are your grade level teams. These are your admin teams. These are your department teams. So these are people that have common students or a common subject in common, and you're working towards goals related to that. So maybe you're working on a lesson plan for example, like maybe social workers would get together and they would come up with SEL lessons that we can use across the district that are being put into a Google Drive that are being used from year to year and just adapted and updated as we go. So those are kind of the differences between those 3 teams. And then again, I just want to reinforce, the PLC is the district. We have one PLC, it's the district, it's the overarching, it overarches everything that we do within the PLC. And then as far as what it means to be results-oriented, we're purposeful. We're looking for evidence. We're looking to make sure that what we're saying that this is going to do is actually making improving student learning and making positive impacts on our students and our teachers. That is kind of in a nutshell, what this is. And I think it's important to remember that a professional learning community is a journey. It's not a destination. So this is not something that we're going to be like, we have succeeded, we have no more work to do. This is something that's going to be a continuous improvement cycle, and we're going to continue to find new things to work on or revisit things that we've already touched on before.
Any other questions from the board?
You know, we understand and are supportive of PLCs. We understand that this is a weekly commitment, and so I don't know if you want to talk about that now, or do we want to talk about that later when we talk about approving the calendar and what that looks like for students and the community?
Yes. So one of the things that we are recommending is that we would have a 1-hour late start on Wednesdays to be able to have the staff be able to get together and have common planning time to be able to address some of those needs. When you look at the research, the ability to be able to collaborate towards some of these goals is impactful towards student achievement. We already have great students and we have great teachers, but we can always improve upon what we're doing, and that's what we need to do. What we sometimes find is that we just don't have that regular time to meet, so sometimes we're duplicating work or working in silos, and we're not sharing that information amongst the teams. And so this would really help to make sure that we're working smarter and not harder.
Can you speak, I know other models of PLC, some other schools look at doing it at the end of the day. Can you kind of speak to the rationale of why that late start and the, potential, the decision is to have that
Yes.
in the morning?
So there were lots of things that played into our decision. One of the reasons is we all know busing has not been always, kids haven't gone out super early, right? So sometimes we have kids here till 4:30. So that would impact staff being able to come in and be able to collaborate. So that's one of the things that we have to consider. The other consideration that we had was that when if we got out early, we would have all of these students who are in sports that are in junior high and high school that would be left without a place to go, because most of the time parents aren't going to be able to come and get them at 2:30 or 2 o'clock or whatever time we would get out at if we did an early out. So that leaves high school students potentially driving around groups of students, which would be a risk, or we would have students unsupervised on our school grounds, which would also be a risk and would impact the ability of our team to collaborate.
Thank you.
Question, would the early start, would that affect like last stop? Because right now it's not offered in the morning. I'm just thinking of the parents who have little kids at home and the parents still have to be at work at 8 o'clock.
Yes, so we have been working on a plan. Our thoughts are that we would still have parents, if they needed care in the morning, that they could still bring their kids at 7:30 on the Wednesdays. They would have to sign up. What we're calling it is morning mission blast off. It's still to be, there's still a few fine details that we have to work out with that, but that we would have care. We would also be looking to implement and use some high school students as volunteers. We have lots of students who are interested in helping. Like when I put out information about some of our blast off field trips that we go on, we have lots of kids that volunteer to come and do that. So what we're hoping is that we would have hands on deck, and then also that would be a twofold win for us, because hopefully we would get people interested in going into teaching or in some field to work with students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I feel particularly well poised to ask this question, since I spent all day in a training called Leading for Continuous Improvement. And one of the biggest challenges to any continuous improvement model is protection of the time, right? Is that me? Oh, God, sorry. What? Oh,
Might be in this water bottle.
sorry about your ear balls. I don't know. Okay. All right, thanks. So this 1 hour, so it's every week, 1 hour late start is what's being proposed. And is this the same, right, so I think Kristen kind of alluded to it. It's the same kind of thing like 186 does a half day, does a short day and then a day off, or some sort of different
I don't know about the day off, but Kristen maybe could speak
No,
more to that.
it's worked in weekly, and it's
Okay.
on Wednesdays.
It's every Wednesday, is it?
It's-
Oh,
yeah,
it's just early
Wednesdays
on.
are early
Okay,
dismissals.
got it. All right. So I just want to say, I mean, I guess I appreciated, right, I think when we first talked about PLCs, and we first heard about it from the instructional coaches, the idea that if we were going to do it, we wanted to do it right, make sure that we protected the time. I know that we've had challenges that have come up with respect to, I think, like, different kinds of team collaboration time and that being a challenge. So, I appreciated that, and I wanted to make sure that that was what we anticipated doing the whole app. Was that consistent start time every Wednesday? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you for fixing my calls.
There are no other questions. Dr. Shaw, I really appreciate the presentations. We're going on to approval of the consent agenda. I would like to highlight under the acceptance of donations portion, we had an anonymous donor give us 10 $25 gift cards to give to families in need, and the board really appreciates that. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Dr. Trapp?
Yes.
Mr. Childs? Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamonti?
Yes.
Okay, now we're on to the renewal of the auditing services agreement with Sikich. Mr. Wilder, would you like to speak on that? I know you put a little thing on our packet, but it'd be good for everyone to hear it.
You have a mic in your hand if you have to.
You do not want to hear me sing. Just as a reminder, board knows this, some of the audience may not know this, I'm the interim director of business services, so just here for this year, but I did have the opportunity to work with Sikich not only on the follow-up on the audit, but on a pretty regular basis if we have questions for the auditors, classifying expenses, things like that. We'll reach out to them, very responsive. Dr. Kaler, who worked with Sikich prior to me being here, highly recommended them, and in the transition of not only the superintendent, but the CSB or the business manager for the district, the consistency of just having the same auditor continue to work for the district would be great. So recommending that the board approve a 3-year renewal with Sikich to serve as the auditors for the district.
And I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Taft? Yes. Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Dr. Trapp?
Yes.
Mr. Childs? Mrs. Lamonti?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Okay, next we're on updates and revisions to the Board of Education policy and press update. This is our second reading. Mrs. Curley, would you like?
Sure. So the press update, obviously, press is the State Board of the Illinois Association of School Boards process that keeps us compliant with changes in the law, updates, notifications. Nothing sexy or interesting in the press update. And really, the rest of the revisions and updates to our board policies were really contact information, ensuring accuracy so that people that go to our policies know where to go to find information from questions, responsive to some of the things for people in the community. So we do have, I do have a commitment to more regularly doing actual substantive policy updates, and this was the first one where we kind of took a look at making sure that they're always updated. So we talked about them last time. I shared an update with the board members. If you guys have any questions or if you thought anything about anything differently, sure, let me know. Otherwise, nothing different this month than last.
Thanks for digging through that policy and finding all those names and contact information.
I still have many more Post-it notes sticking through my very large binder, but stay tuned.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the updates and revisions to Board of Education policy, including Press Plus Update 120?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mrs. Lamonti?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Childs? Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Okay, next we're going to move on to the calendar. Are there any questions before I ask for a motion regarding the proposed calendar for the 26-27.
So we did have a question. Typically, we start the calendar year with 2 teacher institute days, and was I reading that correctly, that for the upcoming school year, we're looking to start with 3?
Yeah, so with going to the PLC model, one of the things that we'll need to do is have a full day teacher institute to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that we all have the same base knowledge with that. The second thing is that we are looking to improve or increase our teachers' toolbox of responding to behaviors that consistently on all of our surveys that we put out for special education and title that we put out about what kind of professional development is wanted. Behavior has always been at the top of every single one that I've done for the past now 7 years that I've done one. So we have a trainer that's coming in, and they'll be here in August and then in January. And then the third day, as part of our CBA, it requires that teachers have a half day of planning, as well as administrators, building administrators want to have time with their staff prior to the school year starting. So that third day would be half and half. So we have the same number of teacher institute days. We are just reassigning them to that one to a different part of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the Rochester CUSD 3A school calendar for the 2026-2027 school year?
Somebody make a motion so I can have discussion.
So moved.
Thanks. Oh, I'll second. Hey, Andrea, did this go to the Gen Ed committee? You guys?
No, because we meet on Thursday. So the Gen Ed committee is not seeing it. In the past, they have, but our last meeting was in the beginning of November, and our next meeting is on Thursday of this week.
Okay, so we are actually probably. This is
Yeah, I mean,
later.
I would love for it to go to the Gen Ed committee, but we're kind of up against that. So that was something that I made a note that I would like to address.
I would
Next year.
recommend we approve it because there's also such a thing as amending a calendar.
Yeah.
So if the Gen Ed would come back with something huge that we didn't notice,
Yeah.
that's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can adjust.
I know I've answered questions from families that are trying to plan vacations. So better to have a plan in place.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and in the past, if you go way back, we used to do a calendar 2 years in advance.
Oh.
And I would love to eventually get back to that. But it's not-
Going back to when Tom Bertrand was here.
Yeah.
Okay, call the roll?
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Childs, Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Carly.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the ticket prices for the RHS musical?
I didn't
They're not on
see
our
what they are.
packet.
I didn't have it.
Yeah.
I didn't have it.
Thank you,
So
Mrs.
yes,
Keller.
please.
All right, so looking at the ticket prices for the RHS musical this year, we are looking for those prices to stay the same as they were last year. But just so they're on the top of everyone's minds, we're looking at charging adults $10 and our students and seniors $8. And again, those are consistent with last year.
So moved.
Is there-
Second.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mrs. Reynolds,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Childs, Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Carly.
Yes.
Okay, tonight we have the administrator reports. Well, we thought we were going to have the assistant principals. But looks like I have all the principals. So I'm going to just jump in the middle this time, and we'll go with the junior high.
So we just got done with our winter benchmarking, map testing. Our preliminary scores are awesome. We can't wait to get that data out to families. I'm going to be sending home those reports just like I did in the fall. Our spelling bee is coming up. Big event in the junior high. Thank you to Ms. Lyons for putting that on. School dance is February 13th, so thank you to Student Council, Ms. Jett,
and our PTO for helping us get that put together. And sports are full swing in the junior high. Basketball's playing, wrestling's wrestling, volleyball's playing literally right now. So we got a lot going on. Things are going well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go to the intermediate school.
Hello. We're doing a lot of really great things at the intermediate school. We're very excited about our winter benchmarking data. That's all credit to my staff and the great work they did and the emphasis we put on that data. We'll be presenting that next month. We also are excited and participating in the spelling bee, which is coming up soon. Mrs. Fox is leading the way on that, as well as our students who are participating in the Rube Goldberg Engineering competition, which will be coming up later this spring. First round, it'll be hosted at Lincoln Land, and then if we get any of our classes that are groups that qualify, they'll move on to the University of Illinois. And my last thing is just a shout out to the RIS staff. We've had a lot of stuff thrown at us the last couple of weeks, power outages, not enough people to cover all the classes, not enough people to help out afterwards, getting the kids in the cars, people's legs getting stuck in bleachers, all kinds of different things that have been going on in our building. And every single time, one of the things I've learned a lot as a leader is to learn how to ask for help. And every time I ask my staff for help, they're right there, right alongside, helping us to get through the day and all the challenges that come along with running a building. So thank you to RS staff, and shout out to you guys to keep doing a great job.
Thank you.
Will you keep us informed when the Lincoln Land event will be? Okay, thanks.
EC 23.
Similar to the other principals, we're really excited to get our benchmark data back. We just finished our benchmark as well for the winter for Ames Web, and our students are doing phenomenal, so we're just hoping to get that back and go over data as a staff and be able to present that to all of you as the community. We're really in full swing right now. Our students are wrapping up with their Blizzard Blast, which that's going to be due at the end of the month. Our students are reading their chapter books and logging their reading time for their celebration, which is going to come the first week of February. Recently, our library was transformed into a camp out. So thank you to Mrs. Aldrich and Mrs. Jones for helping to organize that and giving our students the opportunity to just read and do it in a fun setting and not just at your typical table or desk, but to actually have like little tents and have like a little camp out setting. A couple other things we're working on. We're spending a huge effort just trying to recognize our staff and our students. Our students are doing a great job as far as their leadership capabilities and building their leadership capacity. And Mrs. Kramer is organizing leadership lunches for our students to help organize these monthly projects and to honor our leaders of the month. And then our staff and our parents are working together to help just lighten the mood in our building and to kind of honor the hard work and the dedication of our staff every day. And I can't thank them enough. They're doing a phenomenal job. That's over to 3.
Pre-K1.
First, I want to give a shout out. We have bingo night on Friday. So if you have elementary kids, see you there. 5, 6, and 7 are the times, and PTO is putting that on, and they brought that back 2 years ago, and it's just really awesome. The 100th day of school is tomorrow, but we're celebrating it on Friday because if you know little ones, when they dress up as 100-year-olds, they are fun. So we're really excited
Hilarious.
about
They're
that.
hilarious.
Yeah, they're really great. But these guys, we just finished benchmarking, and I want to give a shout out to Debbie Kramer. She sent a really awesome email to my first grade today, and I just want to read it. It's about student growth percentile, and back in the fall, we identified that we had an area that was lacking in first grade in math fact fluency. We had, and this is really hard to say, but we had 75 students that were scoring below average in math fact fluency. And that's not fun to go sit with your teachers and be like, hey, we got to do something. And just everything to my first grade teachers, they're like, okay, let's do it. And we started an intervention, and I'm really excited to say that we now have 9 students that are scoring below average. We have 85% of our first graders
are performing above average in math fluency. And that is everything to our students and our parents and just the whole team by identifying a problem, figuring out an easy way to fix it, and then just doing the work. So,
Last but not least, RHS.
High school, all right. How about that new addition? Have you all seen that? Is that fantastic or what? What a great facility for our high school kids. If you haven't seen it, come on down. It is a wonderful addition. Thanks to everyone that was involved with that, including the board, everyone that had a part in that. Our kids love it, and what a great addition. These kids deserve it. What a great facility for those kids. I'm really proud of that facility, our new science wing and classroom wing, and the commons area. Lots of fun for the kids. And the new office. I'll take a new office. That's pretty nice. Moving on, we do have a student I want to highlight. Congrats to RHS junior Ray Jones. Ray was named the Illinois Wing Cadet of the Year. She is now up for consideration for the Great Lakes Region Cadet of the Year, and if she wins that, goes on to the National Cadet of the Year, which is pretty cool. So congratulations to Ray Jones. A special shout out to Cheryl Flynn and Matt Lauber. They have worked extremely hard to get new vape detectors, and I'll bring some information for you guys in February. We'll talk about those for more information there. But the new vape detectors were ordered and will be going in our RHS restrooms soon, and more information to come. But shout out to Mr. Lauber and Mrs. Flynn for their hard work with that. Parent-teacher conferences, a reminder, those are Thursday, February 19th from 3:30 to 8:30 at the high school only. And upcoming senior nights for our winter sports. Boys basketball is February 6th, and girls basketball is February 10th. And finally, our RHS Scholastic Awards. Now, the Scholastic Awards, back in 1923, is the oldest and country's longest running and most prestigious scholarship and recognition program for the arts. This year, we had, 2 gold key portfolios, which is phenomenal, 3 silver key portfolios, and 1 honorable mention portfolio. Individually, we had 1 AVN, American Vision nominee, that's the best in show, 8 gold keys, 16 silver keys, and 20 honorable mentions. Now I would like to honor one family. We call them the Gold Key Keller crew. Mrs. Keller's, all 3 of her kids have received gold keys, which is the highest honor for Scholastic Awards. So a nice hand for all our kids. Thank you very much.
And now I would like a report from the Director of Student Services. Keller?
It's a test. Okay. All right. So I really want to highlight, this is amazing. I want to highlight an amazing event that happened last Thursday and really highlight the work of a team of students that we had present at the Innovate Ed Conference in Springfield. With that, it was hosted by the University of Illinois at Springfield, as well as the Illinois Business Education Association. But our team of 6, they did an amazing job presenting to everyone in attendance about their journey with AI here at Rochester School District. In addition to that, there were teams from other districts as well that also presented, and they were truly the highlight of the entire day. In addition to that, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to present with Mrs. Flynn on a panel to the team as far as the work that she was able to spearhead with the district related to our AI district plan, all the policies that you all approved last year. And so we were able to share the amazing work that has been done in the district. So a big shout out there to everyone involved, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Zeidler, and of course, our amazing students. It was a great day.
Mr. Shaw, did you have anything additional to report? No, thank you. Okay. Mr. Hanson?
Just some great things that are happening. We had a really great opening ceremony for those who were able to attend for the Science Wing. Some really good media partners were able to participate with us and join us for that. It was really exciting to see the excitement of our students who were through the roof to walk through that area and to start using it and to have their education enhanced. It's awesome. The other thing that I've been working on is creating a handbook for streaming so that can continue regardless of who is at the helm of it, as you've seen me in the back working to do that. And so that's been a pretty extensive process. It also has included a couple training sessions with our staff members as well to make sure that they are ready to help when needed. So that's my report.
Mr. Wilder, did you have anything to report?
My report's in the board packet. Tax levy was filed on time that the board approved in December. The bulk of my report just touches on the uncertainty of state and federal funding, and that's one of the challenges that's kind of just one of the catalysts for the presentation that Mr. Severson's going to give later. State funding's been pretty stable for about the last almost 10 years. Prior to that, it was very unstable, so there's a concern that we're kind of getting into those waters again. We're going to watch that closely. Governor gives his budget address in February and encourage everyone to pay attention to that. Federal funding has been dicey at best over the last several months, years even. So that's another challenge, something to watch very closely as well. Obviously, there's some friction at the state level with the federal level, so that doesn't help things, and a lot of uncertainty. So I would just put those things out there, encourage everyone, not only the board, but the community as well, to keep an eye on those things. It's created one of the challenges that we're facing here in Rochester, but across the state of Illinois as well.
The other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank you, Steve, for facilitating getting Ameren into the school district. Right, that meeting did happen, yes. So just a reminder, right, so when I think Kristen was probably with me. Oh, Andrea was, yeah, we couldn't, yeah. So when we went to the conference in November, one of the things that we had a takeaway was there was an Ameren booth set up, informational thing, and the woman actually who was at the booth is from Minneapolis, so she knew where we were from.
She drives by every day.
Yeah, she drives by, and so anyway,
On
so
20.
we had a nice visit, and Ameren actually must be a grant of some sort, I don't know, but they have free assessments available to schools where they actually send technicians into all of our buildings and look for both cost and energy efficiency opportunities. So it includes everything from looking at HVAC. Is there a way that we can monitor, turn some, switch some different mode? You know, there was, of course, on the pamphlet, like, save $1,400 a month by flipping some switch on something somewhere. They also do a solar assessment, various different programs that then they come back and they do a comprehensive report about where we have opportunities to either be more energy efficient and or more cost efficient, and if there are programs, like grant type programs that we would be eligible for to get that, to move forward with that. So I appreciate you, I mean, obviously I can't walk people around, and so I appreciate you making the connection and getting that done in, you know, every little bit.
Did they leave the door open to have a conversation in terms of walking us through some of our bills going forward?
I tell you what, the woman that I initially interacted with, and then that I saw was on the communications with Steve, super, super friendly and super customer service based. And so if we had, you know, even if she's not the exact right person, she would get us to that person, no problem.
I think it'd be worthwhile for us to look into. I know that coming through our cash flow is a significant increase in the electricity bill. Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but want to probably dig into what some of those are, because it didn't look like it's the cost per kilowatt hour. It looks like the delivery service fees, and so why is that going up significantly? I think we've got a contract, so I'm a bit surprised on that one. I want to just dig in and understand that more.
I met with two separate reps from Ameren, and we've got some energy efficiency programs that we've participated in. The district has a history of doing that to some degree, but there are other opportunities. Great meetings. I appreciate, Sarah, you putting me in touch with her.
It wasn't the light thing. I feel like that we had an energy efficiency program with respect to our lighting and various other things. So everything's on the table. And so Aaron, if the finance committee wants to connect with somebody, Steve would you can you reach out to the two people that you talked to and see who would be the best person for us to find a time to chat?
We've had some, during one of those conversations, we had some conversation about the bills and costs. I think we need some more information, and that's ongoing. But that's definitely on the radar because energy prices are not going to go down, they're going to go up.
Yeah.
People within Ameren
Oh,
the new technology.
That's a good
Peak
question.
shaving
We didn't talk about them doing a presentation, but I can certainly ask that question. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I'll ask and see if we can get them here to a board meeting.
Yeah, maybe when the final report is done.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, before we get to Mr. Severson's report, I want to point out with this deficit reduction, this is not a reaction to a current situation. This is being proactive to an expected situation next school year. At the December meeting, Mr. Severson did a slide presentation showing all that and why we are going to have to make cuts. I realize with the holidays, December is really busy and not everybody had a chance to see that, so I'm going to do my best to give you a brief summary of that. Federal funding is up in the air. Anybody that's paying attention to, no matter what side you're on or whatever, there's stuff going on at the federal level. We are not guaranteed any federal funds going forward starting next school year. Also, the state of Illinois has informed all Illinois public schools to expect decreased funding starting in 26-27. So that's going to go down. We are already down at Rochester. If anybody remembers, within the last decade, there was an alternative funding formula pushed through, mostly by a state rep named Andy Menard, that put tiers out for funding. Until this school year, Rochester was at Tier 1, which is designated for the schools that need the most help with funding, so we were getting a decent amount of state funding. However, this school year, Chicago Public Schools, who weren't involved in that before, decided to join that. Because they joined it, we got pushed to Tier 2. We've already lost a couple $100,000 in funding because of that. So we are trying to be proactive and get us out of a situation before we're in a situation. We do have fund balances right now. We don't want to get to the red. We are also being told that this, as Mr. Wilder called it, shaky state funding is going to be around for probably at least 7 years. If we don't make these reductions, we're going to end up a spot where we have to make even more severe ones. I want to point out that Mr. Severson is here as an interim superintendent. He knows he's leaving in May. What would be the easiest thing for him to do? He could ignore it and let us just deal with it next year when it becomes a problem and falls in our laps. But he's being very proactive. He's trying to set us up for success for the long term by pointing out that this is what's going on. He's being, looking into the future. I want to go on to say that he has worked hard to suggest cuts that were going to have the least impact on students. I want to stress that word, least. You can't make any cuts that are going to have no impact. Everyone in this community, in this staff that works for this school district and on this board is going to have an emotional connection to some of these cuts. We're a small community. Everybody up here calls some of the people that are going to be affected friends. It's not going to be a fun thing. It's going to be even less fun for the staff that are affected. I realize that it's very personal. However, just as a coach has to do what's best for his or her entire team, we have an obligation to all of our stakeholders, students, staff, parents, and the community as a whole. Part of that obligation is looking out for how to best spend the tax dollars that we receive. For those programs that we do end up cutting, we are not saying those programs don't have value. We are saying we can no longer afford them. We would much rather be adding them, not removing them. I think everyone here would agree it's much more fun to spend money than to save it. Finally, as Mr. Severson will be explaining, he is going to be setting up a link for everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean staff and I mean the community, to be able to ask questions about this deficit reduction plan, and he intends to answer all of them. This is a level of transparent communication above what we've seen in the past. I beg you to please take advantage of this opportunity to get truthful answers rather than rumors and conjecture. I can't state strongly enough how much I appreciate his efforts in this area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Severson.
Clarify real quick. So as I understand it, and Rolf will probably share more, but there's going to be an opportunity for the community and staff and parents and everyone and students to ask questions about the plan. And Rolf intends to compile those questions, provide answers, and then make the document available so that even if your friend or neighbor or somebody asked a question you didn't think of, you also will have the ability to review the comprehensive questions and answers. But did I misspeak? Right? Well, if not, I've committed and to do it now. So but that's the expectation. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming tonight. This is not a easy presentation for me to give. I want to thank the teachers especially for coming. I also want to emphasize that we have excellent teaching staff, and I'm sorry that the district has to go through this. Nonetheless, we can't ignore it because it's a serious, serious problem. Move to the next slide. All data used in this presentation was obtained from the Illinois State Board of Education, the district annual financial report, and what an AFR is we're required by the state to be audited every year by a certified public accountant. The AFR is available online and also district archives. Anybody that's interested can find the AFR on the website, or information can be obtained at ISBE's website. Tomorrow, we will post not only the presentation, but a Google document where everybody will be able to go to our website, submit questions, and we will answer them as quickly as we can. If we can't answer them right away, I promise you I will get an answer for you. Can you back up one slide, please? All right, go ahead. One forward. All the recommendations have been developed by me. I own them. And I base these recommendations on my years of experience as superintendent, known factual information, and comparisons to similar sized districts as Rochester's. During the development of this plan, every effort was made to preserve student programs and also to limit the amount of staff reductions made. What's not included in the plan is $300,000 of money that had been previously used to abate bonds. This is earmarked for a capital lease. Also, what's not included is an anticipated 12% in insurance costs. Right now, the district is paying about $1.9 million for health insurance costs for their employees, and we anticipate that to go up 12%. So that's going to be about a $200,000 cost increase. What is going to happen beyond next year is unknown. Insurance costs are out of control. Typically, it's between 12 and 15% increases, and it's also dependent on how healthy of a staff you have. Can you back up, please? Also, there's unrealized reductions made during the fiscal year 26 this year are not included in the presentation. An unrealized reduction is something that won't go into effect till next year. A realized reduction is something where we're recapturing lost revenue immediately. The problem is we have limited ability to increase taxes. We've also incurred a loss of revenue of ESSER money of about $1.2 million from last year. I feel we're also overstaffed and our cost structure is inefficient. Under normal circumstances, I worked in a district last year that was a district that had superintendent leave. I went into the district to help them out. I did a cash flow projection the first 2 weeks there, and I learned that they were going to run out of money in April, and they ran out of money in May. It's a non-PTEL district, and PTEL is an acronym for Property Tax Extension Limitation Laws. What we did in that district, we were able to sell $1 million working cash bond to get them through the year and to establish a reserve for this year. Rochester does not have the ability to do that in a PTEL circumstance. Back up one slide, please. And what is PTEL? Go ahead. Again, it's property tax extension limitation laws. And basically what it means is that you are restricted of how much that you can ask the taxpayers for money. It's restricted either 5% of the previous year's amount that was extended to you or money that you collected from taxpayers in the county or the CPI. This year, our CPI on our levy was 2.9%. CPI is a measurement of inflation. It's a consumer price index. Currently, CPI is at 2.7%. So if that becomes a trend, which it is, inflation is going down, and CPI goes under 2.7%, I know the Federal Reserve is trying to target it to around 2 or 2.2. That would be the maximum amount that we could levy for from the previous year. Furthermore, taxing bodies are also limited to the amount of bonds they sold without a referendum. So we are restricted to the maximum bond sale of $300,000 under a PTEL circumstance, unless you go to the voters and ask them for more money in a referendum. This is an example of PTEL counties. This is an old graphic. There's 39 PTEL counties out of 104 in Illinois. Again, the district incurred a revenue loss this from last year to this year of $1.2 million. State funding is being prorated. Federal revenue is unreliable and has been eliminated or reduced. One of the biggest concerns I have with the state is now that the ESSER money and stimulus money is gone, we're going to go back to how it was administered back in the old days. Meaning is it still has a pension liability and a cash flow problem. Also, the state's projecting a $2.2 billion deficit this year. The state superintendent has publicly stated that revenue will be flat for the next couple of years. My opinion is I think that is a lofty statement. I think it's probably going to be very flat or negative. For example, when I went through something similar to this with the state back in 2008 or 2010, the government would come out and announce that they fully funded the schools, and then they would skip payments and defer them to the following year. And that would be a cash flow problem for our district. A lot of questions I've had so far is, what about all the improvements that were made? How is that affecting it? Primarily, our biggest problem is in the ed fund. 70 to 80% of most districts' overhead is labor or costs associated with labor. And most of those costs are in the ed fund, which is in Fund 10. Capital improvements, for example, the construction projects we have are bonded out of Fund 30, so it's a separate fund. That is not affecting or can be used to be spent on salaries or costs associated with salaries. This is a graphic that gives you an idea on where you can transfer funds. We have 4 operating funds that you can transfer from, and that's the ed fund. That's O&M, which is operations and maintenance. That's used for maintenance of buildings or payments to custodians or supplies for cleaning. Transportation, and then working class, cash.
Hey, Rolf.
Yep.
I see a couple people trying to take a picture. These slides are going to be, just a reminder, slides are going to be available so you can print them because I can't see that little bitty print sometimes either. So they will be made available, right?
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
This presentation will be online, and you should be able to download it. It'll be in a PDF format.
So don't give yourself a headache trying to get it tonight. Thanks.
Okay. Loss of revenue or minimal growth. To give you an idea on additional revenue that we received in EBF and its evidence-based funding, that is funding that we use and goes into the Ed Fund, is $8.8 million. That means in new revenue, we received $125,000 for EBF funding. Transportation, that's funding that is a grant that we receive for the state to run our bus fleet, pay our drivers. We're actually getting that prorated, so it's down $47,000. Driver's education, new money is about $3,000. Our early childhood grant, which is used to partially fund our early childhood program and pay salaries, is losing about 7% or $12,000. Title I, which is a grant for providing services to low-income students, is gone down $1,200. Title IV, which is, we use that grant to pay for college now for high school kids to go to Lincoln Land. That's been cut by 62%. And of course, the ESSER funds was $1.2 million, and that has been cut 100%. Costs of increase, decrease. The board has done a really good job with balancing retirements and salary increases. So those costs incurred were only $28,000. Benefits went up minimally, but next year we expect that to be, as I mentioned before, a 12% increase. Purchase services has gone down. I think Steve has done a really good job on managing that, and I've also want to commend the union for providing ideas on how we could control those costs as well. Keep in mind, though, this is all based where it says new money or new purchases is based on cash flow, and that is, we're halfway through the year on that cash flow. So 6 months of that, or 5 months at this point, is projected. Supplies, that's gone down about $150,000. Capital outlay's gone down 42%, or $59,000. Other, I got a lot of questions on this. What are other costs? That's primarily $700,000 in special ed tuition was last year, came out of other, or $600,000, and also tuition to CTE programs. So it's expensive. Non-capitalized equipment is any equipment valued over $10,000. In the Ed Fund, we're projecting an $854,000 deficit. In fiscal year 27, without any intervention, it'll be 1.7. By the end of 2 years, the district will have reduced the Ed Fund balance by $2.2 million without any interventions. And according to the projections I have, the Ed Fund will be nearly insolvent with a fund balance of $1.9 million. It costs about anywhere between $1.7 million and $2.4 million a month to run the district out of the Ed Fund. Again, I mentioned this earlier, labor and benefits is about 70% of the budget. And since 2016, we've had our enrollment decline by about 375 kids. During the same time period, staffing has been increased. So the problem was there was no alignment with staffing and enrollment. But I want to emphasize one thing. I had to meet with like 9 employees today and talk to them that their jobs were going to be recommended for being cut. And it wasn't an easy thing to do. I'm not asking for any pity. But the problem is, one of the questions that was asked was, why did this happen? Whose fault it is? Well, there's nobody to blame. But nonetheless, we have to fix it. Otherwise, it'll get much worse. So this year, in comparison, enrollment is at 995 or around there with 147 staff members. In 2016, the enrollment was 2,322 kids with 144 staff members. This is a graphic of a drop in enrollment. There's a couple things that I'm suspecting why enrollment is dropping. Is one, there's not really a lot of people moving into Rochester because there's a shortage of housing, and especially a shortage of affordable housing. What exacerbates it even worse is since 2016, between 600 and 700,000 people have moved out of Illinois, and Rochester is certainly not exempt from that. So this gives you a graphic of where enrollment's been. And this is a graphic of staffing levels. These are our average class sizes, and it's a comparison between now, which is at the bottom row, and 2020. You can see where you look at the K column, which is kindergarten, and these are the grades, where in 2020, kindergarten was at 23 kids. That's the average class size, and now it's down to 18 kids. But where it's really glaring is when you move across over to the high school. You know, at 2020 in ninth grade it was 24, and now it's 17.9. When you move over to the seniors, in 2020 it was 23.7, and now it's 12.5. That's not sustainable. At one time it was, but now it's a cost that the district, I personally don't believe they can afford. Balance the district minimally. I believe you'd need to make reductions of $1.2 million a year. However, if you just balance, you're going to continue to incur costs. Costs will go up. And as I stated before, I don't expect a huge windfall of revenue from the state for a couple years. And this is not something that's unique just to Rochester. There's districts all over the state that are having problems. One of the ones that's really glaring is Chicago Public Schools. They're $700 million in deficit. Springfield is $18 million in deficit. There has been some speculation out there that 50% of districts are deficit spending. To build and to balance and build fund balances, my recommendation is the district would need to reduce costs by $3 million. Or another option would be to consider placing a referendum to the Rochester taxpayers. My opinion, which everybody's got one, is that there is an anti-tax mood in the state of Illinois, and that's completely understandable on property taxes. I think the chances of a referendum would be very slim. Keep in mind also the earliest time we could put a referendum on the ballot would be during the midterm elections. And if that referendum failed, then we would be very close to not being able to make cuts in time and making this problem worse. From a long-term standpoint, my opinion is the district needs to reconfigure their cost structure to generate sustainable cash flow in the ed fund and build reserves. Targeted reserves that I would recommend would be 12 months. Under normal circumstances, it would be 6 months with cash on hand. Since the district is 70% of all costs, the only sound way to reconfigure the cost structure is through staff. Some of the cuts that have already been made was the communication director's position. That will be unrealized until next year. SIS coordinator will be unrealized until next year. We did reduce one junior high assistant principal, so that's realized currently at $92,000 almost. For next year will be unrealized. We have consolidated the high school with the junior high. So that will be going down one principal. That will be $80,000. That's unrealized till next year. One low-hanging fruit, and I want to thank Kevin and the union folks for this, is there were some software licenses out there that were very pricey. One in specifically was $115,000 a year in a contract for 3 years. We were able to get out of that contract this year. And I want to thank Suzanne and Jennifer and Steve for helping us out with that, and also Chris Kaler. There was a strength and conditioning coach for $37,945. We did need a special ed aide. Rather than hiring a special ed aide, we transferred that coach to be a special ed aide. So that saved quite a bit of money. And one special ed aide was also not replaced. So total cuts so far this year have been $643,809. These are the recommendations I'm making. Align school service personnel with enrollment, school service personnel. It could be social workers, guidance counselors, et cetera. Contract technology, we're currently spending in excess of $500,000 a year in technology. Align administrative staff with enrollment. Eliminate the block schedule. Also, no departmentalization at 5 and 6. The intermediate school would be a self-contained building. Also, to maintain school improvement and reduce PD costs, implement a late arrival once a week for instructional staff, PD, and school improvement. This is a PLC concept. This would focus professional development, and it would be based on the strategic plan or based on data on what's most needed by our students. And also close the 2-3 building and consolidate grade 2 with EC1 and consolidate grade 3 with the intermediate school. Also, my opinion is from a long-term standpoint, I would be looking at maybe closing eventually both those buildings and adding on a wing to the intermediate school to reduce the footprint of the district itself and get some land back on the tax rolls. But that would be a long time out, and I won't be here. I want to emphasize something before I get into this, is when I say reduce a teaching position, it might have a specific grade attached to it. That doesn't mean that that person currently in that position now is going to lose their job. However, it does mean that they might be moved to another assignment. When we eliminate positions or we RIF people, that means we have to look at their seniority, their evaluations. Also, we are expecting some retirements and possibly some non-renewals, but we don't know what those are yet. So I really want to emphasize that. So if anybody in the audience sees a position that says 4th grade, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be that person. So school service personnel, I'm proposing eliminating 1 school nurse, 3 school social workers, appoint 4 school psychologists, 1 school counselor, and 1 auditorium director. That would allow us to recapture about $463,000 in lost revenue. Align instructional aides with clerical and student enrollment. It would be 0.5 library aide, 0.5 secretary, 1 full-time pre-K aide, 1 full-time library aide. Where it says literacy aide, that's a mistake, so that would not be moved out. Is that correct? I apologize for that. Next. Contract technology would be a technology director, 2 technology facilitators, and 1 tech support. We have a contract right now with CTI, which is a computer company that provides services. Last year, we paid them $107,000. Total recaptured lost revenue would be $478,000. And this is a really difficult one. This would be consolidating EC1 in 2 and 3 with RIS. So second grade would be moved over to EC1, and third grade would be consolidated with the intermediate school. Initially, we had discussed consolidating 2, 3 with EC1, but we felt like it would be too crowded, and we had space available at the intermediate school. That would involve 1 fourth grade teacher, a 5th grade teacher, a PE teacher, a 6th grade teacher, a 1st grade teacher, 2nd grade teacher, EL teacher, pre-K teacher, life skills teacher, and we have a retirement in a music position. And that would allow us to recapture $683,000 in lost revenue. Eliminate the block schedule. This is anticipated reductions we would be able to make without the block. Would be 1 full-time math teacher, 1 foreign language teacher, 2 ELA teachers, 1 full-time science teacher, 1 social studies teacher, 2 special ed teachers, and 1 full-time art teacher. And that would allow us to recapture about $574,000 lost revenue. Also, an administrative side, it would be 1 full-time intermediate assistant principal. For junior high reductions, it would be 1 full-time ELA teacher and 1 math teacher. So basically projected class sizes, and I'm not going to get up here and tell you this is a perfect scenario, because it's not. And believe me, I wouldn't make these recommendations unless I thought they were necessary. Class sizes, if this happens and we consolidate and close a building, the class sizes will go up at the elementary school. But keep in mind, we are projecting or expecting the enrollment to continue to go down. K-5 will go down, or kindergarten would go down to 5 sections. We anticipate 19 to 24 kids. First grade would go down to 5 sections from 6 with an enrollment of 23. Second grade would be 5 sections with an enrollment of 23 to 24. Third grade would still be 6 sections with an enrollment of 26. Fourth grade would be 5 sections with an enrollment of 24 to 25. Fifth would be 5 sections with an enrollment of 26 to 27. And 6 would be 5 sections with enrollment to 25 to 26. Projected enrollment without reconfiguration would be these numbers, but we are expecting the high school within the next 2 years to lose almost 100 kids. So we're expecting that to go down below 600. At the end of the day, with all reductions, recommended reductions, it'd be $3.1 million. This would allow us to balance and also to build fund balances. Without any interventions, compounded costs will begin to squeeze student programs and thus make them unaffordable, and we would be forced to go into student programs if any cuts were made in the future. I don't expect insurance costs to go down. They're very expensive, and there is an insurance crisis in this country right now. I'm also concerned that the state might not meet all their obligations this year, and that's terrifying because we get $800,000 a month for evidence-based funding, and there's 22 payments. So there's 2 payments for 11 months of $403,000 each. That's a lot of money if they even miss one of those payments. Also, transportation, that's a concern. It's already being prorated, but the state has had a track record in the past of deferring those payments to the next fiscal year. The block schedule also increases special ed costs. For example, there's a fair amount of classes that have 10 or less kids. If there's 30% or more, which would be 4 kids, 5 kids in one of those classes that have an IEP, and that means we have to go out and get another special ed teacher and put that special ed teacher in that class. because under the eyes of the law, that is a special ed class. That happened once last year, and without interventions, we're expecting that to happen next year. And Aaron talked a little bit about this with energy costs. What I found out this year is rather alarming. I reviewed the electrical costs, and right now, or not now, I mean last month when I looked at it, we're about at, I don't know, 520,000. All of last year was 512,000. So I pulled all the invoices, and I learned that this year in the months of August invoice, September invoice, and October invoice, our insurance costs, or not insurance costs, but energy costs have doubled. That means they went from $50,000 to $100,000 a month. When I pulled the invoices from the energy provider, they had ancillary costs tacked on to that bill. And basically what an ancillary cost is, based on our grid, which grid we have in the Midwest is the MISO grid. If we have peak periods and the demand exceeds the capacity of the grid, then the MISO grid has to go to the PJM grid, which is out in the East Coast, and buy energy to stabilize it. That cost per kilowatt hour is 66 cents. If they don't have to do that, the cost is 4 cents. So with the summertime and all the air conditioning, we definitely exceeded that, or the grid did, and we were billed for it. My recommendation for that is to control those costs, is to zone the buildings in the summertime or invest in controls where we can control the air conditioning. But either way, we have RTUs sitting on our buildings, especially at the high school, and it's pretty expensive to run those. And if this is a trend, which I suspect it would be with the advent of data centers and the shortage of power plants, especially in Illinois, and I know this from personal experience, because when I was at Canton, our state leaders paid Vistra Energy out of Texas $1 billion to shut down 9 coal-fired power plants in the state. I'm not saying that was good. Well, yeah, I am saying it was not good because they did it without any transition from coal to renewable energy or to nuclear power. So as a result, when that happened, that created a shortage of energy when all these data centers started coming on. And this happened around 2016. When I was in Canton as a superintendent, when it happened, they closed the Duck Creek Power Plant, which was about a 450 megawatt plant, and the district lost not only $800,000 in revenue, but the state lost that capacity to the grid. So if that's a trend, then that's a problem. Another problem is, and I guess this is a good problem for some of us, is wages are starting to go up slowly. But the problem is when wages go up, that starts pressuring inflation to go back up. And if that happens, it could drive up our costs. On the other hand, inflation has gone down, as I mentioned before, right now. As we stand here this evening, it's 2.7%. If that goes, it continues to be a trend, it decreases our ability to levy additional revenue because of PTAL. Benefits of reconfiguration, it'll generate positive cash flow almost immediately. It'll allow us to build fund balances. It'll allow us to, the district to recapture lost revenue and allocate money directly to student programs, and it will prevent wage freezes for staff. Here's our timeline. Tonight is the reduction plans presented to the board. The board will vote on recommendations or recommendations that they want in February, and then March would be a notice, if there are any RIFs, of non-renewal. Thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I was going to ask you to elaborate on the construction. You did a good job of explaining the different categories of funding, but I would like to highlight the fact that the money used for our construction project could never have been used for labor, and why.
The money that, well, let me back up a little bit. For the construction projects, that was actually bonded. And part of that money was actually also abated with county facility sales tax money. Those bonds are restricted dollars. We can't go out and sell bonds, especially construction bonds, and pay salaries out of it or benefits. So it's restricted. County facility sales tax money, similarly, is restricted to capital projects or to abate bonds. So that's a good question. No money was spent, nor could you spend any bond money related to the construction project.
Ralph, I had a couple questions if I could. First, I'd like to thank you for the hard work. This is an incredibly difficult discussion, and I appreciate you so clearly articulating it in the transparency. I know this is going to affect a lot in the community. First, I just wanted to summarize my understanding to make sure I understood. People have asked like how we got here, and I think you articulated it well. In short, there's been a significant decline in revenue. Both operating and payroll costs have increased. You've talked about health care, utilities, but all of the other costs have increased. And also there's declining enrollment in the district, which has resulted in an overstaffing, and it's not the result of the community or the teachers, it's just the macro trends that we're facing. Is that essentially why we face ourselves here, and you're looking ahead 2 or 3 years to make sure that we have a balanced budget? Is that a good summary of how we got here? And
That's exactly how we got here.
okay. So the next question I had, I know you're recommending a $3 million budget, and I don't know if you, and I'm sure you, with your analysis, you've looked at and spent a lot of time thinking about that recommendation. If the board was to assume a more phased approach and rely on natural attrition of teachers over time, or a less dramatic reduction, and I'm not saying that's not needed, but I just want your perspective of maybe $2 million, for example, or $1.5 million. How far out would that project it, or what type of leeway would that give the board and the community?
I don't have those figures now, but what scares me about that is the amount of funding that the state is going to be able to provide. They've publicly stated that it would be flat. I'm not sure I'm completely confident in that. I think there's like $8 million in reserve. Don't quote me on that. I would have to look at it in the ed fund. And we will lose $854,000 of that this year. Without cuts, that'll continue to go up. And I think eventually what will happen is, if it's phased in, you're still going to incur a lot of those costs.
On Tony Sanders' comment on flat, didn't he say at best? Pretty
Yes,
much
yes, he
implying
did.
it's not even going to be flat, we're going to lose money.
Yes, he did.
I had one final question, if I may.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I need to make sure I understand that answer, if that's okay, Don, and
Yeah,
I'll let you.
absolutely.
So, okay, so a phased approach, or a less, or however, something less than the recommendation, or some sort of, so the risk is needing not just to have this miserable conversation next year, and maybe the year after that, but it being the cumulative cuts over that time being more because we've continued to incur costs that we aren't saving. Is that, am I thinking about that correctly? Like, if what you save now, you're not incurring, if we have one, rip the Band-Aid off, which I'm hoping that I'm understanding. If you have a rip the Band-Aid off, then you're not having to continue to mess with a wound multiple times, and it ultimately being a even bigger, harder deal. Is that
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, is that like, okay, Adam?
Yeah, I would appreciate, I mean,
Sorry.
it's kind of an idea of a fiscal cliff and thinking about kind of the sensitivity analysis of what that trend looks like. And that might be, some helpful analysis just to look at what that would be. And is it, and thinking about just natural attrition over the next year or two and what impact that might have on mitigating these cuts. And I don't know the answer, but I think, that would be helpful. My next and really the final question I had is you talk in there about the block scheduling and making a change to that. I have a high level understanding, but I'd appreciate some just additional context of the benefits of changing the way we schedule and how that would kind of enhance or optimize staffing and help reduce the deficit.
I'm going to let Jennifer talk about that a little bit.
Block schedule has created some inefficiencies within our schedule because we have lots of staff. This is just one example. Staff that go between. So staff who are shared between buildings have difficulty maximizing their schedule. So that has caused.
I can't, you're breaking up a little.
Jennifer, yeah.
I don't know why.
It's, you're breaking up.
Okay. The blocks, has that better?
Yes.
Okay. The block schedule has created some inefficiencies because of the different schedules that we're working with, so there's not consistency amongst the buildings, because we have some buildings that operate on a regular day-to-day schedule and some schedules that go and switch from A days to B days. Staff who are shared between buildings have difficulty matching up their schedule, so it just creates periods of time in which we're not being efficient with using instructional time and making sure also that we're maximizing planning time. That's one example.
So is it fair to say just smaller schools in general, because I don't know if this is an enrollment factor, are going to have trouble with the block schedule from an efficiency standpoint? That's the way to think about it?
If you look at the research in it, it will show you that the inefficiency is one of the reasons why people move away from a block schedule.
Is it coupled by, on that particular front, the offerings that we have for students? So, right, as a high school student, I was at a small school, and I was like an ambassador. They sent me to another school to go look at block, and then we ended up doing it. We had 2 classes for everything. You had regular English and like more supported English. You had regular math and more supported math. Whereas we have, in looking with 2 high school kids, looking at all of the different options, is that an impact? Like, is that what part of what we're balancing, the ability to offer meaningful options to our students in an with effectively using staff? Or does that not really make a difference, and having a class every day versus every other day, and it's really more about sharing across buildings and other considerations? If you know. And if not, you can find out and let me know.
Yes, I mean, I think like the singleton classes, which is what you're referring to, that can impact things as well, that we have students who are in various singleton classes, then that in order for them to take another class that's maybe a required class, that could offer another section. I think if I'm understanding your question right, but.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
I'd like to see us, I'd like to see us involve somebody who can take this energy management, and that's a term I use because that's a term that was used back in the day. Excuse me, identifying myself as old, but this is the kind of thing we had to live with. It's called peak shaving, energy management. There are tricks that you don't know about, but you alluded to one of them. If you've got a penalty, if you've exceeded a peak, exceeded a limit, you're penalized for the whole year. It takes a big chunk out of your energy bill. And it requires somebody to be on the lookout, to monitor this stuff, and there is software equipment out there that will do that. And you got to be prepared to shut her down at the blink of an eye when you see a peak coming, and they'll give you that kind of control. And there are companies like Ameren, like Illinois Power, who will work with you to do that. But it requires the attention of somebody who's going to dedicate their time to do this. The penalty that Rolf explained is astronomical. It'll eat your lunch, and you can't do anything about it. Because once that peak hits, you've exceeded that limit, you're penalized for the whole year.
And that, you're absolutely right, because they penalize us for just the 3 months of this year so far, $50,000 a month. It was $150,000.
I'm surprised it's not more than that. It's their excuse to overcharge. And this comes back to some habits that were developed back in the 80s and the 90s. Sort of thing was prevalent. But back then, people had a lot more money to spend, and, well, they didn't worry too much about it. Now, we got to watch it. And it's solvable. It really can be fixed. It can be monitored and controlled. But it's got to take somebody who's going to take some interest in it. If nothing else, appoint a person, okay, this is your job, Monday through Friday at 8 to 5. And there are times when this peak hits, it's a sliding, you never know when it's going to occur, because it's based on the total consumption of energy throughout the entire country, United States. It pulled off the power grid. It's where it all comes from.
Amy?
Trust me.
Just going to ask, so I know you sent the plan to us over the weekend, and I know a couple of the board members sent you written questions, so you could incorporate some of the responses into your presentation tonight. But I'm aware you're also putting a document together with responses. Will you share that with the public tomorrow as well?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
see some of the clarification, because, I mean, I know some were asking about how the box schedule would save, some were asking about clarification on, you referred to departmentalization at the intermediate school, you know, them switching classes. I know I was asking some specific questions about if we contracted out technology, and I just think the public should see all those answers.
Sure.
And to save time, if you post it, then we don't have
Be
to
happy
re-ask
to.
them here.
Yeah, it's a Q&A format too, so it's very easy to read. And there were some excellent questions. I also incorporated questions that I got from Kevin. So I'd be happy to put that on the internet tomorrow.
I would appreciate it.
Can you also include the projections, the latest projections
Sure.
that you've got? And
I'd
maybe
be
just,
happy to.
just for everybody's benefit, those are constantly, or I should say Rolf and you've constantly revised those projections. We ask a lot of questions on those from the finance committee, so we understand. And that was really stood up over the past, what, Don, 9 months, 9 months, something. I think even before we saw some of the potential financial challenges, one of the goals of the finance committee was to get a more zoomed out view and what projections look like further out to understand, to have a better view of the decisions we're making day to day. I should say month to month in our board meetings. And with that, we also wanted to see kind of where we've come from since really COVID. And I think that's where, the more we dug in, the more we kind of recognized that on paper, we've got a balanced budget. But when you kind of peel back the onion a bit, we recognize that our cost structure, which is somewhat more sticky, has gone up. And again, it's a double-edged sword. We kind of need the cost structure to go up because we need to make sure that we're being competitive with our compensation. But the flip side is our revenue is not quite as sticky, and that was overshadowed with stimulus money through probably 2021 through 25, and then now we're seeing some of the ramifications that's not the same level that it once was. So I think if we had to really deep dive, that's why we were not seeing these deficits until now.
And then add in the fact that government is changing and taking away money.
Yeah, that being the revenue piece.
Yes.
Being not as sticky as the cost structure.
Well, and also I want to emphasize the fact that the 800-pound gorilla in Springfield is the pension liability. That has not gone away, and it's not going to go away until there's pension reform. And so far, they haven't been willing to tackle that. And that's not only in Springfield, it's afflicting every community are having their own struggles with pension liability. So,
You did an incredible job getting those numbers, getting that information. I mean, that's just awesome how you got that.
well, I mean, well, thank you, but I don't know what to say. This, I'll be, I mean,
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as green energy.
No. This is, it's a terrible situation.
It is
There's no doubt
awful,
about it.
And we're a victim.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for it to hit. And it's, you might consider, can you imagine someday having school at night? Because that may be what we're heading at someday,
So maybe for the.
to save energy.
For the, as we're thinking through this, and you know, we've all got a lot of questions on the different pieces to this plan and how they affect things, and whether we want to look at a phased-in approach and whether we want to look at something, what we think is a one-time step change. But we've talked a bit about the reserve balance and number of days, and I think that, you know, I think we have aspirations of getting to a certain reserve balance, but I also think it's important for us to be thoughtful of getting there over time and recognizing what that looks like. Again, that's, for us, we really need to have an understanding of what those projections look like and what kind of those forecasts look like for over time to see what kind of comfortability we have around that. And then that maybe influences how we look at this plan today. Just real quick, I was trying to do some numbers last night just to know where we're at. I think the general conventional wisdom is we need to be between 90 and 180 days. Right now for 26, I think we're forecasting to be at 125, but next year goes down to 100 or less really quick, and it gets really bad after that. But as we think through those projections, that might be something for us to like level set and gut check ourselves to think through the decisions of this plan.
And so on that, right, not a math person or a budget person or a number person, I just want to make sure, and I need one of you, I need finance counsel or Rolf or someone to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, because what I understand, when we say reserve balance, this is not like, and my 401k, my investment portfolio, my like for new initiatives. It's the difference between being like one HVAC breakdown from being able to be payroll, or how long we can operate. That is right. That's what, when we say reserves, it's not like, oh, we have plenty of cash to play with, and then we also have this bucket of money for doing stuff with later. It's like, oh, this month was way more expensive than we expected, and we can pay that bill and not impact payroll.
I have one additional thing that I did not include in this, but I think it's important that we discuss it, and that's the life safety survey.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I have a number of questions. We're not talking about the budget specifically at the moment. Obviously, it's very interconnected, but I think that's some of the questions that we'll want to continue to ask here over the coming weeks to make sure we're thinking through that budget appropriately, because I know that was a survey.
Was that right? I mean, just not to get back to my question, because I just want to make sure, like, foundationally, is that when we talk about fund reserves, it's really about its ability to pay bills. It's not like fancy cushion. It's the emergency. It's the emergency.
I think
Dave Ramsey says 6 months of bills in case you're scrapping, right?
There are schools that when the state skips payments like they've been known to do, and like Rolf is afraid they might do over the next few years, that haven't been able to make payroll. And if they can't do that, and we're not there yet, because like he said, we have 100 and something days, but we don't want to get there, because if a school does go in the red, the state of Illinois can come in and they can force you to consolidate with another neighboring district. They can start running your school, and trust me, you're probably better off with local control than the state deciding who you're going to consolidate with or push you to join. And I'm afraid there's going to be some schools in this state that are going to find themselves in that situation in the next few years.
So that's the one thing that scares me. Like, I think that's right. It's your emergency fund, the critical amount. I think that's also what we talked about is you don't want too many reserves. That's why you kind of have this range, because too many reserves, you're being fiscally irresponsible with taxpayers' money. You're using
Use the money.
You need to use
for
the
what
money
it's
to a
there
certain
for,
degree.
but keep it safe so that we're not.
That's right.
In the middle of a school year, finding ourselves.
Yeah, and I think the one that sticks out in my mind is even just a couple of years ago when we weren't talking about funding issues from the state, Kaler had spoken to that the state missed the payment, and it was like 2 days late, but it changed our AFR, our annual financial report, our finances, and like we're fine because you had enough reserves and everything else. And what does 2 days matter? You have emergency reserves, but it's those kind of situations that remind us that if something happens, state funding that we don't get, we still have to make our payroll. We still have to pay our bills. So that's to your, again, going back to your specific question on the reserves, is maintaining that critical safety net of where we need to be.
It's a juggling act. You want enough, but not too much.
So do you want to talk about the life safety survey briefly?
Yeah, I think so, because that's gonna, we're gonna talk about the budget again a lot for a while. So that was one thing I know we were waiting on that came through. Did we get the final survey? And
No, it's not done yet. He's still working on it. Brad and I had a meeting with him a week and a half ago, and he was working on it.
do we have like a partial done to know, like, hey, here's at least what he's found so far as being in A, B, C categories?
I can call him and find out.
That'd be good just to get a start at that, just so we know if there's any like major items that we're unaware of at this point.
Right, and or if he says you're not going to be eligible for any additional fund for health, life, safety, that also weighs in.
I think he won't tell us that. He'll just tell us what we need to do, and then we can potentially bond that out.
Yep.
Which, again, I don't love borrowing money, but if in that situation, if we needed to manage a longer term time horizon and trying to manage our budget over time, it should be on the table. But let's see how that comes together and we can talk about it.
So just so everybody knows what a life safety survey is, all schools, let me go back, this goes even farther back, back to the 50s. There was a life safety surveys were created because of a fire in Chicago where about 90 kids, Our Lady of Angels School, were killed in a fire because of smoke inhalation. And when they went in to investigate it, they found out that there was multiple code violations in the building. And that's what created it. So as a result, legislation was codified mandating life safety surveys of schools every 10 years. And what happens is you have to have a certified architect, licensed architect, come in and tour your buildings and determine what kind of code violations are present. And then when they list those code violations, they assign a priority level to it. One is A, second one's B or C. A means it's a violation that has to be repaired immediately. B means you have 5 years, and C is optional. So we are right in the middle of a life safety survey. And one of the things that is going to be necessary, one was a dangerous playground equipment in our elementary schools. So that would be one example. We also have a fair amount of asbestos that's in the J wing in the high school. We have some roofs that have to be done to some of the buildings. So it could be quite substantial. The nice thing is life safety repairs are the only ones that can be bonded without a referendum because it directly affects the safety of children and staff in school buildings. So we're right in the middle of that. Part of that process, what I've asked the architect to do is to look at electronic controls in the buildings to control the RTUs, and that's an acronym for rooftop units, so we don't incur these huge costs, but also to provide a safe and healthy environment in our staff. So I think probably when that's done, it comes to the board, they review it, the architect presents it, it goes down to the State Board of Education, They have to approve it. Once it's approved, then the board comes back, adopts it. The architect presents it to them and explains it to them, and then they can start developing a plan to make the repairs and to potentially bond to pay for them. Any other questions?
The only thing I want to ask of you, and being respectful of everybody's time, I don't necessarily want an answer tonight, but I would like, maybe we could talk, or you can include it in your FAQ, and explain it to me like I'm 5 with the block system. I recognize there's some inefficiencies with it. I think there's a lot of qualitative benefits that don't fit on a spreadsheet. So any more information, and again, I'm not expecting that right in this minute, but that you could provide to me or even put in that FAQ, because that's one that I'm personally struggling with. I think there's a lot of qualitative benefits with that. But I also want to, again, I thank you, thank Steve, the district office staff, and everybody that has worked hard on this, because it is true you could have ignored this and had a really, really easy winter, and we worried about this, next year. And I can say I know everybody here in the audience is cringing and wincing at this, and I assure you all of us up here feel the same way. This is painful for everybody, but we are a group and we are a team, us up here and you down there, and particularly our staff. And I just, want to recognize that we know this hurts, and this frankly, it just sucks for everybody. But thank you for being willing to
You're welcome.
catch us before we go off the cliff.
And I'd be happy to develop that for you. I
Yes.
can get it to you hopefully by the end of this week.
Yeah, that's fine, just, sometime.
And I guess on that, just heads up, because Rolf, you're not surprised. Someone posed a question to me or a comment to me that's really stuck with me early when we started making cuts and kind of knowing we were thinking ahead, which was to really make sure that we have a decent answer in our heads about when we make cuts, who is expected to do the thing that is currently being performed, that is it a thing that's not going to be performed anymore? Or is it something that we're expecting someone else to perform? And if so, who is that? I know that there are times that folks in this audience have not particularly felt as respected by lots of different types and categories of people. But I can assure you, as much as we can, and as much as it absolutely blows to sit up here and look at your faces, that I'm glad we're up here. I'm glad it's us. Right? I'm glad it's us. Because I would hate to be sitting out there up here and maybe not knowing the insides of the inner workings and conversations, and not know whether or not people up here were taking it as seriously as I would want them to. And, the thing that we can promise is that we're going to do our best to treat every single one of you with the respect that we very much hold for you and that we know that you deserve. The direction so far has been very clear, and Rolf has done intellectual and mathematical acrobatics to get to a place where he can explain this stuff to me and I don't add. Should be better at subtraction, maybe, I don't know. But some of those questions are going to be things that we pose, and I encourage you all to pose those questions as well. So if you're a community member and you're watching at home and you have a concern and you say, my child does this, or I am aware that this occurs, will this still be a thing? Will the cuts impact this whatever, or what will it look like? To the extent that we know, we will answer as clearly as possible. We don't know all the ins and outs. It's been a long time since I've had a little person in elementary, right? And it's very different in a lot of respects. So I have questions based on the things that I encounter as a parent, as I encounter as a board member, and I will pose those in a way that your answers can be made publicly available. But I really do hope, right? Just so you know, when when we put surveys out about communication, no one answered them. We had like 12 people. And one apparently was that lady over there. But, I mean, the survey responses did not match the lived experience. And so this stuff's too important for us to be in a spot where we don't know what we don't know. And don't come up to us afterwards and say, well, I can't believe because I didn't know. Well, yeah, please tell us. Please tell us. We are committed to making the least terrible decision with the best information that we have available to us. And being a district that is, at least as long as these human beings are involved, that stays on top of projections and asks critical questions on an ongoing basis so that we are, as humanly possible, never surprised again.
In a nutshell, ask the questions because it'll help reduce your anxiety. It won't go away. We don't have a magic answer to make your anxiety go away. Trust, we're having some anxiety up here. I can only imagine what yours is. But at least if you ask the questions and interact with the ability to do that's being offered to you, it'll at least help reduce. You'll get some answers.
Are you like, is that like Maki, like, is this from Hunger Games? Come on up and state your name. Oops, sorry, Amy, I'm not the president yet. Maybe never, if I can't follow the rules. But do we have a problem? I don't know.
Well, I do know Rolf asked for the questions to wait till they were in writing.
Yeah, we'll make
That way he could share it with everybody.
You got that, Steve? Thanks. Okay. Oh, you unplugged. Okay.
My name is Sarah Turner. That's very loud.
Yeah.
I'm a parent, and I'm the school social worker and counselor at Rochester Intermediate. The one thing I have not heard, I've heard a lot about numbers and a lot about budgets. One thing that I know from, I think I started here in 2015, 2016, the behavior that we deal with since 2016 is dramatically different. We deal with it on a regular basis. We dealt with it occasionally, sometimes in 2016. But I understand there are lots of staffing positions that maybe are not necessary, but I just would love for you to consider that when you're having these discussions.
Yes, thank you. And please articulate that in, also in the document so that it's in the same spot. No, I appreciate that. And I'll say the only thing I disagree with you in your comment is it's not that these positions aren't, like, to your point, it's not that they're not valuable, they are, and people are doing great work.
I understand. And I'm not taking any of this personally, I just think it's important
Yeah.
to
Well, and on
consider
that
moving
semantics,
Appreciate
I
that.
know Rolf used the word overstaffed, and semantically, I would back that up and say it's not that we're overstaffed, it's that we can no longer afford the staffing level we currently have. You know, I would like to have 10 kids per classroom at every age level, you know, and get most individualized instructions we can get. So when we say overstaffed, I know that can sound like a slam, and it's not intended that way. It's more we can't afford the staffing level we have right now.
But, no, I appreciate that. Thanks. And just do please include it. So that
I will, and thank you for letting me make a statement in the spirit of open communication.
In the spirit.
In that spirit.
I'm nothing if not spirited.
You are.
Okay.
All right, so right now I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. The purposes.
Before we go into closed session, I do also want to tell you guys something that I didn't know, and which is we can't talk. We're not talking about this in closed session. So it would be an Open Meetings Act violation. I thought we were gonna, and I was looking forward to asking questions and hearing from one another. But the discussion about these things will be mostly public, right? And is part of the questions that we ask, that the answers go to everybody. So I don't want you to think like, well, I don't know how that shook out. It must have happened in the room where it happened. So,
Yeah, our closed session topics are totally unrelated.
One last thing, can we give Sophia a round of applause, because this is
Oh,
a
yay!
doozy of a first meeting.
and I thought we picked joining the
Thank you for
board at
not running
weird
away
time.
screaming.
Okay, so I'm now asking for a motion to enter into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, student disciplinary cases, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
I'll make
So
that.
moved.
I'll second.
I'll second. Yep.
Thank you. Call the roll. Yes.
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 And thanks for coming. Thanks, everybody.
And we're streaming? Is there a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Do I have a motion to adjourn the January 27th, 2025 Board of Education meeting?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.